Ciao! Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonio Estracera, Captain of Prisma. Today is May 1st, 2025, and here we are. Here we are again. Let me see, is there something here? Hold on. There we go, there we go, there we go. Hello. What is up, people of the universe? Um, Space Mafia VTuber here. Antonio Estracera. Hope you're having a lovely day, morning, evening, afternoon, or night. We're gonna play some Ace Attorney. I wanted to say, I wanted to just like kind of recap yesterday. Um, I feel like I said some things in regards to Ike Evelyn's graduation that I don't know. I like in hindsight, I feel like maybe was a bit unfair. I think I was kind of upset, honestly, about the whole situation and how sudden it was, and I spoke a little out of turn. Um, and I think for that for that reason, I think I didn't fully consider the fact that you know Ike is probably struggling a lot with his mental health, and I don't know. I think I wanted to. I didn't get any like pushback on it. I'm not like nobody's like calling me out or anything for it. It was mostly just like my own internal compass, I guess, telling me like, hey, this felt this didn't feel right. Um, and so I just kind of wanted to touch base on it. Um, I think I'm still kind of working through the emotions. Um, I was feeling a lot of things, when I found out, it was like right before I was about to stream. So, um, it was definitely sudden, and well, I don't think I was like overly hostile. I feel like some of my verbiage was definitely not super fair to Ike. I still feel like if it were me, I would have handled it differently. But also, knowing what I know now, um, and thinking about a lot of the components of like what he might be going through, um, I think I spoke out of turn, and that's a my bad on my part. So I'm sorry. Um, but I wish Ike the best. I wish his community the best, and I got nothing but love, really. Um, I think for me it was very emotional because when when I first learned what a VTuber was, it was through Luxium. It was through Ike's gen, and so when I heard about it, I mean, I responded very similarly with Mista, although probably a little bit more, just because he was the first that I had seen, the first VTuber that I had really seen and watched, and so um, it was definitely tough. It was definitely tough in both times, but so yeah, I just wanted to say that. Like I said, nobody's like nobody's canceling me or anything. I just felt like it wasn't it wasn't the kindest for me to say some of the things that I said. Um, and That's really it. You know, I don't have much else to say. Um, so my love goes to Ike, and I hope that whatever happens from here, um, that he can find health. You know, I get the struggle. I've definitely been in places where I feel like, you know, I don't want to pretend like I understand exactly what he's going through, but mental health is tough, man. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows how really to fully deal with it. But um, I don't know. I think I said some things out of sadness and hurt, that we weren't given any like finality. But I understand, like, sometimes when you are in such a bad place, you just need to pull the plug, and there's not really anything else that you can do. And I respect that wholeheartedly. And That's about it. Uh, all my best. And I mean, it's tough because it sounds like he's just off. He's just off the internet, like, in totality, which is, I think that's even harder because it's like there is no second chapter. Um, but if this is what's best for him, and it's what is going to make him feel better, then that's important. That's vital. And I never wanna undermine that. So yeah, that's it. Um, anyway, switching gears. Um, we're gonna play some Ace Attorney, and it's gonna be a good little time. Sorry if that was like kind of serious. I don't know. Um, I just like, I just feel like when I, being a streamer is weird, right? Especially when you like learn things. I've definitely come to understand this a lot more. When you're a streamer and you learn things in real time, it is very much like, whoa, like, there is no time to really process anything when it's in the moment, you know. And it's not one of those things where I feel like I need to just like step away. It doesn't feel like it's that serious. I certainly respect people that do feel that way, but like for me, it just kind of like happened, and I think at the time I was like, okay, this is fine. um I feel like I process it a little differently maybe than some people. But I think Luxium was really like what inspired me to be a VTuber, and also to make Prisma. And um it's always sad. It's always sad to see people leave the nest for whatever reason they do. But um like I said, I just, my only wish is that whatever happens from here is that Ike will be okay. And You know, I also watched Kuro's stream, and I think that put a lot more into perspective for me. Like, you know, if he kept going, like, who knows what would happen. And I'd rather him be alive than not. You know, I mean, I think anybody would. And if him staying in the place that he was stopping him from staying that way, um, then you know, that's just a must. You know, I think that really put it more into perspective for me, like having that that aspect of it. But I'm chilly. Hold on. But yeah, um, so all my love, all my respect. He will be missed, and I just hope, I just hope at the very least this month is kinder to the VTubing community. It's been this this past month has been very rough. You know, a lot of graduations, a lot of a lot of curtains being pulled. But I think one thing one thing to remember is that VTubers will still be here. We are still a thing. What's up, Despair? Um, we're still kicking, and I hope I hope it. I mean, I know it will. I know we'll be around. You know, as as long as they are needed, we will be around. Some are still here when they don't need to be. Even that is also true. Sometimes I wish we could swap the ones that deserve to still be here with the ones that aren't. But at the same time, it's like that's not what they want, you know. So that's not what the you know. I think learning to respect that is important. Um, and yeah, sure. Anyway, we are here. We are here, and I don't remember how far we are. I think this is just a single day case, so we're a little over halfway done. But I'll catch y'all up because it's been it's been a minute. It's been a week. Um, Trucy Wright has been accused of murder. Um, and she was accused of murdering the great Mr. Rios. Wow, that's, what a segue. Speaking of Mr. Rios, um, what is up with people with the last name Rios being dead, huh? Um, he was he was a he was part of the magician troupe that Trucy is from. And I guess well we have the video, so why don't we just play that? Where is that video? So this is what happened. It was supposed to be a very simple sword trick. Um, when I pulled down my pants. Wait, so it doesn't show as much as we'd want it to, but basically it was supposed to be one of those sword tricks where you like thrust a sword in to make it look like you stabbed him, and then you open the box and he's fine. Turns out they open the box, he's dead. So very 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 magician-esque death. But so there's a lot going on. We are back in the hometown. I assume that this is going to loop back to Karain, because I'm ready to see my girl, dude. I'm ready. We need to see my girl Maya Fey. They're edging me. I need to see my girlie, you know? It's been a minute. It's been a minute and I need to see her, but it looks like we have met the prosecutor for this game, Nayuta, and he is also from Karain. So and unsurprisingly, much like most of the people in Karain, he hates lawyers. So still very interested in what's going on with that, like why suddenly they hate lawyers. There's a major animosity there. But yeah. So let's keep it up. I might be slow to start since it's been a week and I'm a little rusty, but we'll see. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. The victim was killed by some third party. Then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? A very good question. Let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? I think he was killed under stage, because there was if you look at the stage diagram where the little coffin was set, was the top floor was the stage, and then there was the little passage underneath the coffin. So basically the trick was that they were gonna put him back up. They were gonna, I guess, they were gonna stab it through when he wasn't in there and then put it up. But the way that it was framed, at least the way Trucy was framed, was that it looks like he was in there while she did it. And my understanding is they were trying to give her like a plea to just do like a involuntary manslaughter, because like that would have been a much simpler punishment. But we're arguing that that wasn't even the case, that there was some foul play going on from another party. So I'm gonna say he was killed under stage. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Satmati? That is the third time. The third time of what? Yeah. What the heck is this? Ow, 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 my head. What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim.
You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon.
A sermon? Now?
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Karanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh? A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great.
And in this case, you are that frog, defense.
What exactly is your point anyway?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Let's see, the people in the show were
Bonnie DeFam, the victim Mr. Rios, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright.
Yeah.
Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rios as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident.
No!
O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment.
I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Oh, that's right. The detective girl is back. Which, honestly, I prefer her to the last guy. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I have a soft spot for my boy Gumshoe, but I guess second best in the Drossera popularity polls.
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here.
Athena, what are you?
There's something I want to point out, Apollo.
And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance.
I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same.
And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity?
I most certainly would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl.
Clearly. Surely you don't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home.
But I'm not done with my sermon.
You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sadmati, you know.
Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would have to be hauled up the stage, right? However,
I don't recall seeing Prosecutor. I don't know if you were there for the last one.
Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, Prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priestesses of Karanism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women.
Okay, I'm glad you're not a misogynist.
I also think highly of the female perspective. All women are queens.
Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child.
Who's a fair maiden.
I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh?
I would do stuff that goes against his religion. Oh, here we go. Smithereens.
Then you explain how that even be possible.
But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up.
I don't even care if he's good, bad, evil, or terrorist. I don't think he's bad. I think he's just following his country's principles, I guess. He's probably like, I don't know. I don't know. We don't really know anything about him yet. He's I guess a monk and also a prosecutor, and we know the people of Korean hate lawyers for some reason. I'm sure that's going to come up later. This is the way. You know how it is. This is the game slowly feeding us crumbs for like the final case.
There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up.
Huh? Wait, you really can explain it?
I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, because of course I did. So I have prepared a witness.
Well, well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial.
He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he?
It's pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky.
Yeah. I'm sorry for,
I disassemble his Lego flower.
I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this.
You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable.
I need to pace myself. I'm dizzy.
It was?
Yes, you served well as a detective, and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably.
Sad and horny is not it.
You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Thank you.
I hope we can work together again in the future.
Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise.
I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Sad and fake horny because don't touch me. Now then, let us call the next witness.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie DeFam. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There is a time and a place for all things, including magic.
Oh, but it would be okay if I do just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. Yeah.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Starter man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew.
Yep.
Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? It's a flying scarf and calls a mystic butterfly. He's very ethereal. May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment?
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I?
As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy mind. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
I'll show him what he can do with his rosary, Apollo. Don't worry about it.
Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Of destroying Trucy, you mean. Damn, my girl right here does not give a fuck. The understage passage.
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rias. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
You were on stage the whole time, and you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well.
I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Rias. Not little old me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've gotta be kidding me. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. The understage passage. I think the stage lift number 2 thing is a little questionable, because that could easily be stage lift number 1. Stage lift number 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left?
That's right. With the stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense, what position was stage lift? Stage lift number 2, and after the show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Duh! And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body, wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper. So now I'm also evil?
I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't spin on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right here in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh? Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my. I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I?
You didn't just snap, you broke character just now. That's usually not until after the second series of cross-examinations.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance?
Flawless? That's odd considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Ha.
Yeah.
Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Ha, you see? According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
Because of that mistake, Teresa had to move the stage lifts around.
I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Teehee.
Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony.
Now, do you see who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps. Don't just sit there, hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there.
I beg your pardon?
Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
I'll have you know I've lived through all 6 games. Give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense? Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Koreanism describe a variety of hells for the damned, for someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against his fate. Hapul Boljig seems most appropriate. People boil... Wait. Oh wait, that... What? Oh wait, that's Koreanese. What sort of terrible place is Papul Boljig? A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion sandpit trap. Boljig these. Yo, chill. What's up, Mel? Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Wow, Koreanist hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo, you can't find any contradictions. Maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean, I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. Exclamation point discord. See? Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
That's right, Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the she's like every shonen protagonist. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try.
You got it. Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Miss DeFam, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrific incident.
That is just observations. Yeah, true. What's up, Mahalia? She is.
Yes, what with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify.
What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness.
Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I?
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling.
I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them.
Can't sleep because I'm on high alert to keep up with the baby's needs, but everyone is telling me to sleep because I could jeopardize my health. Yeah, you gotta get some sleep. But I understand being worried. I feel like I'd be the same way.
It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence?
That's what I want to know.
While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
You are sleep deprived, you are on high alert. That's true. That's a good point.
I'll disturb you.
Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati. Paulo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right?
You want me to lead the session?
Of course, you're the lead on this case after all.
I had 6 to 7 hours of broken sleep in the last 6 days. I should be fine. Maybe an hour to sleep, maybe an hour or two. I feel like you should probably get more than that, but maybe maybe you and your partner can take turns. If you feel anxious about it. I read a tweet the other day that made me think of you, because I guess people, there was somebody who was asking, like, what was it, like, is it okay to, like, leave the baby while I go for a shower? I feel very anxious about it. And one comment that I saw that was very, like, that made a lot of sense was like, you know all those people that say, let me know if you need anything? Tell them you need them to just, like, to body double for a couple hours while you get stuff done, you know? So if you have anybody like that who's, like, reached out, you know, maybe that's also an option, just because, you know, your sleep is important. Obviously, I totally understand being worried about the newborn, but your health is important too.
Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? No need, I got it. I think I still remember from last time, so let's get right into it.
Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this.
I'm gonna turn the heater off. I'm already hot. It's completely out cold and hogging half the bed to get sleep for work in 7-ish hours. Wake his ass up. For real. I'm surprised they didn't give him, like, paternity leave or anything. That's messed up. That's the mother. Well, a lot of times they give, like, the father, like, a little bit shorter of a break. It depends, but I mean, really, they should be. I guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Rios. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. That terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Okay, why are you happy then?
I have to say, Mr. Pham, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it.
Mm,
They let him stay with me in the hospital for the labor and recovery day because his work is very family oriented. Not enough if they're I don't know. I feel like you like the father should have at least a couple weeks. I understand like them giving more time to the mother, but yeah, exactly. Guess why you're feeling happy? Because you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up.
mm.
I'm right, aren't I?
You, you gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers.
CD could stay home, but he's choosing to work to get money for the baby. See, that's the thing, though. It's like obviously like it's easy for me to say, but like it sucks that they. I mean, ideally they should be letting him stay home and paying him. What's up? What's up, Ghostly? Because we saw you.
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. I don't know your financial situation, but if it ain't absolutely necessary, yeah, I'm with Despair on this one. Cause I don't like, I mean, not to overstep, but I feel like if you're only getting like 6 hours between 2 days, and you're gambling with more sleep, like I feel like I don't know that your health is important, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, I totally understand like being worried about the baby, and it's good that you are. I mean, you're a good mom. Like, let me say that first and foremost. Like like the fact that you're thinking about this is is important. But I also think, you know, for your own sake and for your own health, it's important, you know? I have someone I live with that I could have watched the child during the day, but I don't trust her alone with the baby. You don't trust her? Do you know anybody that you might trust, like a family member or something? What's up, Game and Door? It's gotta be somebody. I'm on mother-in-law. Can they help maybe like and then you can just take a nap during the day? 'Cause you gotta be you gotta be chipper, you know? Plus moms love being the grandma. I, my grandma was like my second mom. Just saying hi. No worries. Thanks for dropping in. Thank you, thank you. My grandma was like my second mom, you know. So, you know, 'cause my mom worked, you know what I mean? She worked, so it was like my mother-in-law got her license suspended and can't drive, and my mom is in a different city with no car. Ah, I see. I see. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved.
Ouch.
It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. You're considered wolves. No.
Mm. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0.
Well, Mr. Pham, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
I snap while the baby's napping and limit how long my naps are. As long as you're getting the sleep, I mean, I guess it doesn't, I mean, it does matter, but like, you know, it's okay. I read that like if the baby, it's okay if the baby fusses a little bit to learn how to like self-soothe, um, from like, developmental psych, um, because you better get to sleep now before they start walking for real. Gonna be a little troublemaker once that happens. Toddler stage is no sleep, so I have heard. It gets messy.
Keep that up, Mr. Fam, and you're going to have a mental breakdown.
Okay.
Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm.
No sleep for anyone in the house. Yeah.
I can hear them, two distinct voices battling inside you.
Shut your pie hole, you know nothing, know it all.
I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered.
Sleep promotes performance? Absolutely.
Mr. Fam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free.
Ouch. Yeah. Yeah. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me.
Within an HOA area, someone could report us for a noise complaint and get CPS involved for letting the baby cry. I don't think it would. I don't think that would. I mean, if the baby fusses a little, I feel like that's not as. It's not like letting the baby cry. If it happens for a minute, it's okay. That's normal.
You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look.
Uh-oh, the reveal. Oh, she's a bat. I kind of, you know what? I kind of love the transformation. CPS isn't like a SWAT team, yeah, and I'm sure they'll understand too. Like, you know, if it even got to that point, like I feel like you taking them. It's not like you're like abusing your child. You're taking a nap, you know.
What in the world?
Sheep's clothing? You've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf, I'm a blood-sucking vampire, a bat with fangs and wings. Eek!
As a bat, we don't claim her. I'm sure the HOA also know the concept of babes, newborn babes. Yeah, agreed.
I think we just opened Pandora's box.
I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Kee.
I love when it pans over and both Apollo and Athena are both hunched over. Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. A case could start, and then I have to deal with them coming in and monitoring every aspect of the baby's living situation. If they deem it unsafe, it's a case for removal. I think if I'm honest, I feel like you are understandably, yeah, you're understandably anxious, and that's normal. but I think it is. I don't think that that would just like happen that way unless there was like some real cause for concern. I feel like most people know like a baby a baby is going to cry, you know. Now if it was something that was happening for like hours, I think that would obviously be like worrying, right? For other people. But I feel like most people know like if a baby is crying, it's gonna happen. Like you got that from that one King of the Hill episode. There's always a King of the Hill episode for everything. Um, Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sykes? Um, Going through extreme postpartum anxiety and dealing with phantom crying. I understand. It's a lot, but you have support, you know, and it's gonna be okay, you know. I just don't want you to, you know, I'm worried that you're not gonna get enough sleep, and that's gonna take a toll on you, you know. Yeah, for real, for real. Methinks I created a methinks. Okay.
We blew it. Hey, you lobster boy.
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble, that I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right.
Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat is out of the bag now.
I'll attempt to get sleep, but I'll shoot awake as soon as the baby starts crying. That's okay. I think I think that is a learned thing, you know, like the baby alarm. Um, but you know, while he's down and he's chilling, I think it's okay to like also be down and chilling. You'll figure it out. Good parents figure it out, and you seem like a good parent. The balance is very hard, but not insurmountable. And I think also, chat who doesn't know, like this is like what I think your third day, second day of, you know, after delivery. So like this is very new, and so I can understand like being anxious and feeling, you know, this is still very new, you know. Um, so I totally like obviously, yeah. It's very this is new and I think it's gonna be an adjustment, but I think every day is gonna get a little easier, you know? That's what I think. Obviously, I've never had a baby except the little furry one on my shoulder, but I did not conceive him. They rehydrate ghostly.
That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor.
You say hard physical labor. What are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot. Hee hee.
That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony?
Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony.
Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now?
Well, from this point onward, you just need to do what you do best.
Hormones are still horrible, and I do suffer from autism, making my understanding of simple things harder. It's okay. I mean, I think the good thing too is talking to other people and you know, not not staying, not staying in your own head, I think is the best thing, because for me, I know that like I know that when I get anxious about something, I try to ask other people, because if you're in your head all the time, then you're just gonna catastrophize, and it's just gonna amplify, and you're gonna go to higher extremes, you're gonna think crazier and crazier things. And sometimes it just takes someone that tells you like, um sometimes it just takes somebody to tell you like, hey, it's okay, you know um you know you this too I always say this too shall pass. you know OCD and schizophrenia, yeah. So I mean, OCD definitely, it's definitely playing a big part in this, I would imagine, because that's your baby, and so you want to make sure that everything's perfect, and that nothing is going wrong, because you care, you're a good mom. So that's normal. But I think also you gotta be realistic, and know that um that there's only so much you can do, right? There's only so much a human being can do. And as much as your baby probably won't like be able to appreciate it in this time, I'm sure as time passes, it'll be, that they'll look back fondly, because you're doing what you can. Babies are tiny little stomp factories. Factories are built with brick and don't suffer from the breeze blowing. Yeah.
Well, from this point forward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
Yeah, no. Baby's not gonna get like passive aggressive. Remember when I cried for 2 minutes and you didn't check on me? I remember. I remember that time 5 years ago. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's me now.
Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
All right, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFam. Is this a new? Oh, okay. Damn. Why they always kill the hot guys? What's that? It's always the hot dudes that get killed. What's that about? Even she could move the body with the lift. I guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Rios. I was on stage at the time. That terrible mistake. You know what? Serves her right. Key. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. You have nothing to worry about in getting off. Thanks. The hot guys are victims and prosecutors. Yeah, that's also true. Prosecutors are always hot. Or hot girls, let's be honest. What was her name with the whip? They always go crazy on the prosecutor designs. Is this Ace of Trades? It is. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move stage lifts. I don't even know. I don't know. I think this case is almost over. I want this one in Blackwell, the Chinese finger trap with each other. Yeah. I never read the false stuff. Okay, let's see. I don't think that's where the contradiction is. Well, apparently not. But there was that one statement where Bonnie let something slip. Right, the little hole in our testimony that we've been waiting for. But do we have a piece of evidence I can challenge her careless comment with? I better take another hard look at the court record. I really, it's hard doing these cases in 2 sittings because I forget everything in between. The sword stand? No. I need more Edgeworth. I need Edgeworth and Phoenix to fraught. That's all I want. The next game we're gonna play after this is the Edgeworth game. I'm excited about that. But we probably won't play that for a minute. I might take a little break after this. Can I get a hint? For real? Oh my god. Well, I don't think it was that. I think it was this. She ended up having to move the stage lifts. How did she get up, though? How did she get up if she was... Oh my god. Why does it have to why does it have to be such a long rebuttal? It's definitely a contradiction or a testimony, so just present evidence like you always do. And since we finally found something, I'd say we call this therapy session a success. You call Batsy McBatty over there a success? My signature move, long rebuttal. I mean, I think it's the 5th one because it's the addendum, and that's usually how it is. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. There's a harness around his waist for a stunt wire. The way, why is he cheeked up? I hate that. I mean, I don't, but also he's dead, so I kind of do hate that. They gave my man the cheek. In addition to prints from the victim and Bonnie, a set of unknown fingerprints were found on top. Low key, I might look it up because I just don't remember. I don't remember. There was the whole thing with like the two lifts. I just do not remember. Present the fire bucket to the 3rd statement. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Objection. Mr. Pham, I believe your statement contradicts with this piece of evidence.
Oh, really? And how does it do that? I mean, you can't explain, right?
Of course I... Oh, wait, what? Oh. I did the wrong. Okay, well, I was a little ahead of myself. I'm mad that they don't give you a hint on this one. Trucy's statement. That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No, that's not the point I was trying to make. Although you kind of are.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Mr. Pham, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still say that's just what...
But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? But how did she see her? How'd she see her if she was on stage? That doesn't make sense.
You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%.
But, Mr. Justice, would that mean... Yes, Your Honor, Miss Pham herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Miss Pham, and one spectacular suspect.
Why, you shiny little red lobster boy. You're saying I killed Mr. Rios?
I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well. My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Pham was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. But Mr. Pham knew something she couldn't have known until the murder was on stage, under the stage. I returned the baby, started crying because he needed diaper change. Oh. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Pham about it, but then forgot.
Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage.
Mr. Pham really was in the understage passage. That means she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense.
Maybe an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part.
And we'll just have to make it make sense. Give him a little to eat and attempted to swallow them all. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. Hopefully I can get a little sleep before he starts crying again. I hope so. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? The Bonnie on stage was fake? The Bonnie DeFam on stage was fake. Fake? Really? Such an assertion is not something one would expect to hear from a genuine lawyer. Oh, maybe you are the fake and your attorney's badge is made out of cardboard. No, I'm the real thing, I swear. And why cardboard specifically? Let's just say I had an infuriating experience once thanks to one. Ah, yes, that's a callback. It's Ace Attorney 3, I think. In any case, your fake Bonnie theory doesn't sound very convincing. It's not a bad idea in theory, but I think the one on the stage was the real Bonnie. You can just tell. The one on the stage wasn't fake. Does that mean the one under stage was real too? Please let me try again, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? There were two Bonnies? I don't see how that's possible. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were... two of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. I'm gonna try to sleep for now. I hopped in to attempt to start a streak to keep my streak if I have one. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. But, good luck. I hope you can get some sleep. You deserve it. Remember, you're doing your best. You're a good mom. I believe it. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two, no, three screws to the head should righten his putrid brain. Very well. Bailiff, could you... No, wait, please listen to my argument. Very well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Miss DeFam is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmati? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie DeFam in the footage is the real Bonnie, and the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been under stage, this Bonnie DeFam is our second Bonnie. She is? Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that a Bonnie number 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2? Oh boy, I don't know. Bonnie's teleportation trick and Trucy's escape trick? That piece proves the existence of a second Bonnie? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? Fuck you. Not in the slightest. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. But this should be plenty obvious. Damn it. Let's try that again. So it's not her script.
A set of unknown fingerprints were found. What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show, but they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints. I was not told of this. I must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Pham, or should I say Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time. It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati. And I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue here. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? Well, yes, Your Honor. It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmati, can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer.
Let's be. If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2? Witness, is what the defense has said true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam? What? Ridiculous. Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope, there's only one Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFam.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime.
Wins. Alright, that's a twist I didn't see coming. What an amazing trick! The witness is suddenly split into 2 people.
It's not a trick, no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins.
What?
Twins?
So that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over.
Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it.
So which one of you is the nice Bonnie DeFam we met in the dressing room? That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw in the Ratings Raja with the Ratings Raja under stage was...
Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now. In addition to prints from the victim and Bonnie, Betty DeFam's fingerprints were found on the top. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time, so Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Well, so we now have two suspects.
Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up. Huh?
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been on the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Sadmati, Betty DeFam is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow her cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar?
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Now then, Betty DeFam, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do. That's right. It was a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up. You're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios.
Well, that was certainly different.
How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating. Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below.
You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette.
But can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I'm going to turn the heater back on because I'm chilly. Actually, I might use the bathroom real quick.
such a thing, Doofus. You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners.
The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
Oh, no.
Okay, sorry. I had to poop. Okay.
Objection!
I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Oh, harsh words. Let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well... we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped.
Okay. Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Ouch.
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me.
Betty DeFam, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. You can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up. You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she... knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and the show would be then cancelled.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already.
Can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician.
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away.
Exactly. Where's your proof, huh?
And yet I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness.
Deceitful trickery. As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You... Lobster boy, cue ball geezer, headcase brat, Cerberus monk.
Cue ball geezer.
Headcase brat? Really? Benny, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
And how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case. I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage, and second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Ouch.
Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan. By Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Is that true?
Betty, please. Let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it. Fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Rios showing up dead in the coffin. The set pieces falling down. It was all completely scripted.
You scripted to kill somebody? It was all a prank? It was just a prank, bro. Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin, and then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went.
What? What the heck kind of prank is that?
We never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios.
I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
Alright. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully, you'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After a teleportation trick, I went down on her stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. And made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kinda just stayed on the ground.
What kind of sick joke is that? Sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. In front of a whole audience, jeez. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the Ratings Raj's idea anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with.
This is the prank plan script we got from the Ratings Raja.
Corpse appearing and the corpse appearing and the set piece falling were staged by Roger Redden.
Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid.
Mr. Rios' body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing and flying up into the air, causing another round of surprise. But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of a prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video.
Another video. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, oh-ho, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Ho-ho, I can hardly wait. Bro. You were... Low-key, he deserved to die. He's about to hide in the coffin?
It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage, where Betty DeFam was, and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
It appears that way, yes.
In defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put up into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean...
Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade.
See, I told you so.
So are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself, Miss Wright. Did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
What? I...
Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
It looks like some sort of note?
That's...
I found this note in the dressing room after the incident.
Bonnie, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. What's this?
Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out.
Huh? It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank. It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not. I didn't write or sign that note.
Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. I want... I bet it was the clipboard that allowed, because they said that there was like parchment paper underneath, so maybe he used it to forge her signature for that as well, in addition to like the wrong contract. Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not?
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me.
Silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate.
No, I didn't do it.
I knew it. That sweet-looking girl a murderer?
She took all of us in with the act of her tears.
I told you, I knew she was homicidal from the beginning.
But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anyone believe me?
Shut up, you killer.
We won't fall for that anymore.
This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. Objection! This court hereby finds... The defense has an objection.
Apollo.
You, even now, you would... I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. Oh, you'll be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. That's fine, Your Honor. Shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. There's no blood on it? What's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was the sword stand under stage. During this trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword with the rubber sword, and she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the real one. But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there. If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed, given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered that coffin? Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Dude, why is my PC is so loud? Let me see. It's been loud. Girl. It's like a little dust buildup in the vents, but nothing like crazy. What?
She's been doing this ever since I rebooted. She's just been very loud.
I don't know what it is. Why she's this way.
Like she's quieting down a little. I don't know. There's definitely like some dust build up, but I don't know if that's like, I don't know where. Ah.
I didn't know there were two fans. I just put my finger on the fan. Books. I should not be near computers. Just gonna seal this up. Malarix, hello. Thank you for the resub. Where's the... Okay, I got the thumbs for it. Okay. Seems like it's a little quiet. I just like got some of the... I got some of the dust just now. Don't like unplug or anything, please. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, I think we're almost done with this. We are almost done with this case. Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Don't unplug or on anything, please, is what you hear right before the stream cuts out. I know, I was like... Part of me was like saying that so that in case it does happen, people know that I didn't just like die on stream. Let me express my opinion. Pineapple does not belong on pizza. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with the case. I just thought I'd share with the court. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. I thought the new Cat's Eye song was not very good. Okay, I didn't know you were a K-pop fan. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on the issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it, somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. Prime photo update in the court record. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. Or get a snack, I don't know. Whatever you think is necessary. Personally, I'm gonna play some Candy Crush. Did you know if you match a 2x2 of candy now, it makes the fish candy? I just learned that. Pretty cool. Anyway. Whew, that was hairy. He needs to go comb his beard real quick. And I don't mean the judge's beard. Tell me about it. He barely made it through by the skin of my teeth.
I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Sadmani either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing.
Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Oh. Get your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could be the end of Could this be the end of Troop Grammary?
Go away, you creep.
Why does that guy look like he's off the clock from being a pimp? I don't. I guess he's like a big money producer. Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet?
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me.
Huh? What happened to the camera?
It just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. What an asshole. He called in some of Trucy's fans, but for what purpose?
Apollo? That thing Mr. Reddens just did, that was some high-level sleight of hand.
Huh? Why would he know about how to do something like that? Rosie's the skinniest girl he'll ever meet and calls her a gorilla. I know. That's showbiz, baby. That's Hollywood.
I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
No way, but I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something?
Well, there's something that's been bothering me.
Really? What is it?
Well, you see...
Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to a lobster boy about?
Betty...
Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now.
I wonder what was bothering her.
There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
Court is about to reconvene. Well, you'll be alright testifying?
Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Edmonds has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. You better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine.
Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick.
That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine.
Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
Not a girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this.
Alright, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. I just want to get through this trial so I can, so we can see our girl, Maya. She looks a bit shifty. Trucy? Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician.
Here comes the liar, this deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. The last member of the criminal troupe. Boo, we don't want to see you on another stage. She's just a girl.
She's just a girl.
Order. The gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Retton's invited. You can't trust someone in top hat. Definitely guilty. What if I told you that the other suspect is wearing a fedora? Rare Judge W, for real. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Bro, this is giving real, like, Perez Hilton vibes. Like, this grown-ass man. This 35-year-old man is just, like, bullying this 17-year-old. It's crazy. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now then, Mr. Wright, this court would like to know if you switch from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. Okay, so since we're back from the adjournment, I guess I'll do a little recap. This is the show footage. Basically, it explains more than I probably could. We know that this was like a prank show. Trucy was not in on it, I believe. But basically it was like a sword trick. A rubber sword, huh? There was a sword trick that Trucy was gonna do, like, you know, when you stab somebody through like a coffin and then they come out and they're fine. The problem is that when Trucy stabbed through the coffin, the body came out and was dead. The guy was dead. So we know that there's like a trap door underneath that they use to like put him up. And I guess he was in on it. Like, he knew that he was going to pretend to die, but then he ended up actually being dead. Yeah. The murders are always pretty interesting, I will say. So Trucy's been framed. I guess Bonnie and Betty were in on it. We didn't even know Betty was a person until like an hour ago. So they're like twins that do magic tricks, basically. This is the victim. Bro, Amelia Jane just messaged me. Hey, did you see my work? Yes, girl. This court would like to know if you switch from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage, so please testify about this issue. She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Yeah. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves.
Huh? In spite of everything, she's still smiling.
Our Trucy's amazing, isn't she?
She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the troop Grammary creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody.
A stupendous sword switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Hup. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Bravo, Miss Wright.
Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually had the steel sword backstage when I switched them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you, now would I?
Oh ho ho!
That's our Trucy.
Yeah, still. Miss Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in the court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. It looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I've found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Damn, this one's long. I It's different though with the smoke. Like in the video there's smoke, so it's obscured. Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
Seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
Then what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. Oh.
What? But I did it.
So it really is the exact moment you switched the swords?
Yes, that's right.
Good. I knew it. Well, I certainly never suspected the defense to expose the accused's lie for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, Nayuta's hella cute. Yeah, he is very pretty.
I did swap them. I know I did.
So Nayuta's from the Kingdom of Karain. Just a background about him. And he's a monk. And he's also a prosecutor, obviously. I guess what we know from the first case is that the Kingdom of Karain hates lawyers. So, there's that. I don't know what the deal is. There's kind of like this is kind of like the B story, I guess. I think it's gonna intersect with the A story again, because right now, the whole like centric theme of this game is that Phoenix is in Karain. That was what the first case was. And Karain is like their whole law system is very corrupt. So, because they all hate lawyers, they like just don't even use them anymore. So that's kind of why I'm like, I want to get through this, get back to the A story. He's giving bratty bottom energy. Objection. Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false.
But
Now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel swords to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Rias's death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion.
the defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw that discrepancy you pointed out now.
But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something, I'm sure of it. Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Seriously, it's like two siblings.
Also, how is his shell or whatever floating like that? Did they give him his own special fan? Everybody from Karain is like spiritual, I guess. That's the explanation. Because I was thinking that too. Like, how's he doing that? I think it's just like he has spiritual power, like a lot of people in Karain. I think this Karain story is really interesting. That's why I'm invested. There's a whole thing going on. There instead of basically like what we learned in the first case, they use this young lady who does like these divination rites that determine if the defendant is guilty or not, and basically on the spot they'll just be like, okay, guilty. So there's never like any like trial or anything. Like there's a trial, but that's all there is to it. And now Phoenix is like being hunted down or something because they've put like defendants to the to death for just being defendants. It's crazy. Or lawyers. Him meeting Maya Fey would be an interesting situation then, since they both have spiritual powers. I can only imagine that's going to happen, because they've been edging us, but I'm like, I need to see my girlie. I need to see Maya. Like, it's been 3 games almost. It's been 2 games and we have not seen her. And now they're like, oh, she's doing something. It's like, okay, where is she? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. Apparently, they bring back like everybody in this game. I'm very excited for it. It's the best of. So I'm hoping that they bring back like Gumshoe and stuff and everybody. Everybody's gonna have a cameo. I'm excited. From what I've heard. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame.
But I did switch the swords, I swear.
You're knee-deep in it now, Justice.
Excuse me.
Let's see, you are... which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Bonnie?
It's Bonnie. You were mixing the 2 names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. I'm old. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rias.
Bonnie?
Hey, what's the big idea?
Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it.
What are you talking about, you hair-brained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down.
No, I won't be quiet.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me?
Trucy said something to me once.
Huh?
She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you,
You can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about.
isn't that right, Trucy? Huh? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already.
Give her the death penalty, yeah? I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave.
Character growth.
What have you done to my sister, Trucy, right? You've practically brainwashed her.
It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess?
Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday. But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show? Well,
I have some show footage.
you do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show, and then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
Tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Please submit that footage to the court. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Not the fan cam. Okay. I mean, there's definitely a couple things. I don't know what exactly I'm looking for. I saw there were some cards that were like freeze at her, and then she ran away and hit the camera. I also, we didn't see the, did we not see the dragon fall? I don't think we did. Wow, okay then.
He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do.
Okay, so how are we going to go about this?
Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yeah, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two,
We'll know what Bonnie found strange.
exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time.
Paulo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage?
No, I've never done it before.
I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Playback.
Okay, and so how do I switch between the two videos?
Just use the switch camera button. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court.
Thanks, Athena, you really know your stuff.
Not really, I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it.
What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. This is interesting. What's up with... Is this just the prop on the side? So there's the smoke. There's Trucy. Smoke is dissipated. She's got the sword. Jump scare. Wait, so... It's so hard to see because you don't even see the body. When does it open up? Like, it's still not open. Now she's running away. The box is still not open, though. So why is she running away? Because I could understand if she, like, saw the body and was like, oh shit, and then, like, dipped. But why is she she's like already on. She's already out of there. It looks like, I mean, from what I saw in the first glance. Okay, she jumps. Why does she jump? What happened with those cards that I saw before? At this point, I think she's still like, she's chill. Yeah, okay, so you see there's cards in like a couple frames. What's that about? Why are there cards? Looks like they were thrown at her. Is that something? This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards?
Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited. Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find. Yes, Your Honor. No socks? Ew. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right, sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you, too, Prosecutor Sadmati. Please take my card. A business card. Ah, yes, I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie? For example. Oh-ho, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Rettens, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja. Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmati, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for this case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. Burger. What, you went to Burger Barn? Without me? Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? 'Cause that line... Ooh! Compared to my ascetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern Burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in a line for burgers. Prosecutor Sadmati's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Rettens, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. And it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Rios when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind the huge dragon and nobody'd be the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourselves. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. It looks more like Mr. Hat, or whatever his name is. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way. This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Sadmati? This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I have to say, promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed. All right. With Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Reddens. Roger Reddens, the Raging Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. At the station's edit footage, all the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? I see, so you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut. That's right. Glad you got the picture. Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. It's for the players. And cut. There, I got some good stuff right there. Mr. Redden's filming is prohibited inside the courtroom. Whoops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during the cross-examination. More on this, please. Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. And let me ask you this, why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't even know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Is it the contract? Or is it the prank plan script? I could be a bad boy myself. Prank plan script? Plank brand? Seriously? Not? No? Nar? Nar? Maybe the note? Hit the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. This piece of... Oh my god. The clipboard? Because he had the clipboard that, like, had the, He had the clipboard... We know that he used the clipboard to forge her signature for perhaps 2 documents. Isn't the wit? Oh my god. Wait, did I do it wrong? I did it wrong. You gotta press first. It's kind of inconsistent. Oh, what's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party Take-Two TV and the second party Miss Wright reads, if, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation for the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unrealistic sum. I'm no civil court judge, but Jesus. I couldn't agree more, and of course Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rettens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or, more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to this clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million, that's totally out of reach for the average person, let alone a 17-year-old. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettens. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked-up clipboard? You don't have any, do you? I sure do. Because the signature on the note and the signature on the contract are completely identical. And although signatures look similar, they don't usually look exactly the same.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. If you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster. Think of the viewers. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Yes, keep going. These signatures are proof positive that you've conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. I'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettens. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client, so the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions, is it not right? What a forced argument defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will toward Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show, so I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. Yo, see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those grammary magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes.
can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point out to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rettins and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Wright? Mr. Justice, sorry. Wrong man. It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims. You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well, then. Do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing. You're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice. I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rettins? Rettins is a magician too. I feel like they implied that during the intermission or whatever. What was it? What do you call it? The recess. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rettins did during the recess earlier.
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Oh, filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me.
What if Mr. Rettins is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection. Ah, your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he isn't gonna get it anyway.
We saw Mr. Rettins perform a magic trick.
He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused.
I guess you're right.
You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff?
You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony.
3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Ha ha ha. A numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there.
I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it?
Hold on, I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Grammary.
Oh?
No, no way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see. What sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? Oh, and what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Grammary and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that person with a grudge against Miss Wright. Is it the victim? I mean, I could understand where they're driving at because it's he was like canceled. He was canceled. He was canceled by the woke mob. And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Rias belonged to Troop Grammary. But then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Rias vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? But Mr. Rias is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? Stop. Stop. What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Rias is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rias? What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Rias. Then what about the real Mr. Rias? It would mean the real Mr. Rias is still alive. That's absurd. I agree. That's insane. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Rias if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. Finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Grammary and wanted to sully its name. A magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Rias in his stead. The real Mr. Rias is... Is it Roger Rettens? But that's... Yes, is... Oh my god. Roger Rettens is the real Mr. Rias. You know what? That actually clocks, though. Considering... One thing I did think to myself, and maybe I should have said it. Of course not. I'm saying it now. And how convenient. But I was like, doesn't he look exactly the same in his profile? I guess I kind of see it. Maybe. What? Him? That's crazy. Oh, hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless empty words. Went from performer to pimp, what a transformation. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that Mr. Rias in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need to look at this spot on the poster. The scars. This is the injury Mr. Rias sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, The video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Reddens, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by any chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Ah yes, the great reveal. Well, Mr. Rettens, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? A trick up your sleeve? Come on now. I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see?
Oh, there it is, the scar.
Just as I thought. Holy shit, what a twist. Honestly, there's double twist in this case. Honestly, very, very solid second case. I gotta say. Really, really brought me home on this one. I see why people like this one. I see why people like this game. The sixth one, I mean. Already two, the first one, like I usually don't like give too much like harshness on the first one just because it's usually short and introductory. But this one's been good. I gotta say, very solid with the twins and now this. A lot of magic at play, so interesting. That's right, I'm the forgotten magician abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Rias. This is totally absurd. Ho ho ho. How ironic, wouldn't you say? This odious mark carved into me by true gramarye will bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Rias, then who's the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs 7 years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Rias. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks, and even acted as his producer. And so a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. No, you really had us all fooled. Mr. Rettens, or should I say Mr. Rias, in your hatred of Troop Gramarye, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did all that just to tarnish the Gramarye name. Oh ho ho! I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she'd learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramaryes. But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for the murder instead? Ah! Yikes! Eek! His head. Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Rettins was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. Grr. That's right, I forgot all about that. Oh, so what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well, then. On with the show. Are you watching Magnifique Gramarye? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Gramarye line will be no more. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? The staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. That can't be right. Mr. Rettins is the killer. He'd have to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reeves' stage. Except for my asshole. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Except my butthole when I'm shitting. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. You did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the was was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see, my journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? Allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver's a big fan of the Ratings Roger. I even gave him my card. Give the driver his card? That's very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more acceptable. It's a Ratings Roger special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched personas just to say that? Oh. What's the show about? Washed-up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. And let the Ratings Roger produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on?
In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic is neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? It's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people in the studio audience who saw the witness as well, even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him. He could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twins business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? You do not believe him, Defense. Why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little bit far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. Well, I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant. There is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on the top of your Honor's head. It is? The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, treason will be thrown in prison and will be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice, you have to figure this out. It's no use. Can't find a single flaw, so what now? Ho ho ho, behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reese, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his?
It's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there.
In other words, you make us see illusions, right?
We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say there isn't there, it actually is.
Could it be? You know what, Mr. Rettins? I guess we have all been spectators to this elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Rettins' magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? And what have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe Athena. There's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Reddin's alibi. It's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Roger Rettins' guilt? Roger Rettins isn't the culprit after all. So finally you came to your senses. As thanks, let me reduce your agency's debt by $100. You deserve a bigger reduction than that, buddy. I hope you're not implying that you'll retract your accusation in exchange for a reduction. No, of course not. Well, you certainly haven't given me any reason to reduce your penalty payment. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? The culprit was on scene. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Rettins' perfect alibi would become irrelevant. How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what happened, what appeared to be the culprit's shadow in the footage. But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Mr. Hat. Mr. Justice, how does that even remotely resemble this shadowy figure? I thought it looked pretty similar. Do you not think so? Not in the slightest. Oh, that's funny. Looked pretty shady to me. But your logic is even shadier. Maybe I should try slowing the video down and taking a better look. It's not Mr. Hat? Are you sure it's not Mr. Hat? I thought the whole gimmick was that he was... that he was, like, slurped up into the ceiling. You're telling me it's not Mr. Hat? That's crazy to me. I don't know. Okay, so then it's something else, I guess. Oh. Should I just click the shadow? Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Mr. Wright, could you identify... Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court?
Let's see. I believe it's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he was being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire.
Then could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too?
No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there.
In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right, we've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? What is the second shadow shown in the footage? Is it him? What's up, Echo? How's it going? I guess it's... I guess maybe it was him. Maybe? I don't know. If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there can only be one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Rias. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. The prank plan script. That's a tongue twister. Prank plan script. Prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rettins? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. Look at this highlighted piece of the dead guy's butt. Let the court recognize that he may have gotten a BBL. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist, his thin little waist, his grabbable little waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, The victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Reddens' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at the time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him? Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die, when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of the prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air, after Miss Wright was called backstage and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air and straight into a blade there in the catwalk. Ow. That hurt my eyes. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. Huh? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Rettens was at the time of death. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Just before the murder occurred, the dragon's set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon's set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Urgh. Oh, and that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. That blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too, when he was pulled up to the cushion.
I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it.
You were used, Betty. Roger Rettens used you.
I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. It was the other way around.
After the incident occurred, wrong twin. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rettens arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage.
But how did he have the time to do all that?
When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Rettens, who killed the victim all the way from that TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gramarye! Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. You can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Rettens retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage, Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It appears that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Ho 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 ho! Are you seeing this, Magnifique Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for.
Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here.
I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor.
This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script.
Right, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use, which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Rettens couldn't have foreseen. Once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Rettens, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Here we go. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't a part of the show's original script? Man of Mystery's death, right? No, Justice, that's not it. Of course, there wasn't anything in the show's script about the victim dying, but that's because his death was only a part of the culprit's master plan. I see. What I have to figure out is what else wasn't a part of the culprit's plan. In that case, it was Bonnie's mistake? Bonnie made a mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Her life choices, the stage lift preparation. Yes, Trucy had a hard time because the stage lift she needed was in the raised position, but that wasn't a mistake on Bonnie's part since Trucy wasn't supposed to use it anyway. And it was because Trucy had to suddenly use a different lift that she had to move it. So what was it that Bonnie did during Trucy's escape trick? What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick?
Mr. Hat's positioning. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Fingerprints on the coffin? Or the edited show footage? I mean, it could be any of these. No, the discrepancy between the two videos proved the footage had been edited. But that didn't have anything to do with Trucy's position. So in that case... which part of the culprit's cover? Fingerprints on the coffin? Damn it. Blood in the coffin hole. Sounds like the name of a metal band. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the line again, with the scene again, afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have... Whoops. Maybe he... Nope. Swapped the coffin sides? The culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right, the left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the blood stain fit the facts. Oh, I missed an achievement. Oh. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Reddens, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, Shut up. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Yeah. Because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Rettens tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. The fingerprint results. The fingerprinting results. What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? The victim was facing forward of the coffin. His prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was... they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin as per the show's request, a script. He then assumed, I don't know why I read request, he then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. that's when he put blood in the left hole while he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that, despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location hit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, so that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. The two side panels around. The prints ended up facing the opposite direction. Every time they don't show them talking, I don't read it. I don't read the name. I need to actually read it. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Oh, right, luminol. I almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his metal. I'm gonna turn my heater off real quick. How about it, Mr. Reddens? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I? Objection. Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was the witness who tampered with the evidence. No, because she was taken away, wasn't she? Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Well, that too. Why, you impudent. I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Sadmani, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly... Really, Miss Wright and I? Because I'd think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Oh my god. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it, and someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident, and the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Reddens. Gramarye! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets here. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Rias. Witness a magic far greater than true Gramarye's. Burn! Crumble! Fall to my furious something, the great Mr. Rias. Will bring an end to you all. And now for the final heir to the Gramarye name, right here, right now. You two shall burn. No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What?
Stop! No! Curse you, Grammary!
Well,
Curse those Grammaries. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Tell it to the court. Tell it to the jail. The whatever. The warden. I don't know. I was gonna say tell it to the judge, but you kind of did already.
do you really hate us all that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man?
You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Grammary, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique took it all from me.
But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder.
What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all.
I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician.
Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see? So in the end, Troop Grammary was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. Ho, ho, ho. You're not fit to lecture me on from high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Grammary, you lose. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Reddens away. And bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? That's right.
Yes, Your Honor.
About to announce my verdict. Did I see that wonderful smile of yours, that smile of a true entertainer as I do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned. April 28th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Thank you for everything, Polly.
Oh, Trucy, gracia Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow just as you planned. Yep, it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rios is gone, I need to find somebody to replace him.
I don't like the way she's looking at me.
Trucy, I'm sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Rattins used us. We're victims too. You even made me accomplice to murder. But, Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Rettins. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up. I've always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Just shut up.
Is she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy?
Wow.
Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough.
Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy. Polly? Do you think I really am a naive greenhorn?
Huh? No way, she's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see, so in the end, True Grammar was defeated by the great Mr. Rios. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Retton said to heart.
Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn.
You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you.
Huh?
You're a wonderful grammar magician. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that?
I know you're a wonderful grammar magician because of this. Is it the Grammary notebook?
My grandfather's notebook?
Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. You performed your magic trick in court today. You showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You're everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
Great magician? Me?
You really are. That's why. You don't have to worry about what Retton said.
Oh, Polly. Thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been up alone there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remember what you said to me in the detention center.
After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right?
Yes, I remember doing it.
Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy.
But how can you say that? You don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but
I believe in you, Trucy, and I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're going to be fine.
Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen.
Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why?
Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmati what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too.
You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job.
You're too kind.
Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh,
Prosecutor Sadmati, what are you doing here? Detective Sky.
yes.
I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sadmati! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten about me?
What?
You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you? So they knew each other. Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you'll excuse me. There he goes.
What's that all about, Apollo?
How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati? Let's just say we're old acquaintances.
Acquaintances? Seem like something more than that.
Yeah, well,
You don't like to talk about your past, do you? 'Cause you always change the subject.
I guess I'll have to talk about it someday, but for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future.
Sure, if you say so.
Huh? Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on a speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine.
Hi, Danny. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo.
That's a load off of my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time. Me? Really? Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged.
So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? It's my assistant, right?
No, he just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
The best seat in the house. I really appreciate the thought, but...
Good, then it's settled.
Huh? April 29th, Penrose Theater stage.
Objection!
I should have known. This is what she meant.
Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic.
Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die.
Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait, stop. No! Ah!
And that is how Trucy and Grammarlyland ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams.
What kind of an ending is that?
All's well it ends.
Alright. Let's just keep it moving, shall we? Got a little bit more time left. The Rite of Turnabout. Episode 3.
Wakey wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Right. May 9th, 3:30 p.m. Temple. Ah, another fine day in the Kingdom of Korean. It's so peaceful here. Can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. Sure was a rough start. Now, to do what I came here to do. To see Maya. Her long aesthetic training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Mr. Wright.
Hapiriki.
Hey, Albie, Hapiriki.
Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Korean.
I don't know about that, but I guess all the practicing is paying off.
Have you gotten used to life at the temple?
I forgot his voice for a minute. I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me.
Yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Korean.
Hats off to you guys. I don't know how you do it.
And today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content.
I can think of a few things I'd rather do. So what makes today so special anyway?
You mean you don't know? Today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year.
That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. Wonder what her role in it is. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite?
What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role.
Wow, that's really something.
It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life.
So who is this Lady Kira you mentioned?
Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly in the...
Let me stop you right there.
Is something wrong?
No, it's just, I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story.
Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell.
Whew, dodged a bullet there.
Oh, right. You're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. The story can wait then. In the meantime, we can read up on the rite with this.
An English guidebook? Where did you dig this up from?
I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it.
Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See, there's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. Rights guide added to the court record. A guide to Kuranese rights written for tourists.
Miss Maya should already be at the site where the rite is to take place. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion.
Wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her.
It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though.
I think I can handle it.
There have been a lot more tourists this year than last.
And your tour guide business must be booming.
It is. But I have more important things to do right now, namely helping you, Mr. Wright.
I think I'll tip him a little extra for his help later.
Let's head over to where the purification rite will be held.
What sort of rite is it?
We'd wind up missing a whole day of the rite if I were to explain it.
In that case, I think I'll just go see it for myself. I should offer a prayer now and then since they're letting me stay here. Let's see. There'd be a slightly softer futon tonight. And may tomorrow's breakfast be a little bigger.
Wow, I'm impressed by your prayerful heart. Prayer is at the heart of Koreanism, after all. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you.
Oh, thanks. Now I feel kind of bad. Oops. This is a really gorgeous spring.
You have an excellent eye for beauty, sir. This is the guiding waters, the centerpiece of our temple tour. It's a sacred pathway for people's mitama, so don't ever wade into it.
Why? What would happen if I did?
I don't think we should even be talking about this. Just don't go in it, okay?
What's the worst that could happen? But we're okay for now, right? As long as we stay out of the water? What are those buildings over there?
Those are training halls. Monks continuously undergo rigorous training there, day in and day out. You could try it for a day if you'd like. They do really interesting stuff, like meditating while standing on their heads.
That's really okay, LB, thanks. Guess that's everything. May 9th, Plaza of Devotion. Ugh. It's so cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But look at all these people.
Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is.
Devoted, right. But couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer?
This, too, is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up, at the end of those stairs, is the inner sanctum.
I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious.
Of course we are. After all, Korean is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Kuranese spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer.
What? 15?
From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. See all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people.
Oh, he's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one.
Such piety is the glory of our people, and
I'm afraid that story's gonna have to wait for another time, Albie. Maya should be here any minute now. Well, yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, O noble traveler. Oh my god.
How do you fare, Mr. Wright? It's been many a day.
Who might you be?
It's Maya.
Maya?
Maya Fey. I'm so happy to see her. Let's fucking go. We are so back. Miss Maya, Hapiriki. Hapiriki I'll be. And you, Mr. Wright, may the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thanks. Long time no see, Nick. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium from Karain village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time, but that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Wright & Co. law offices. Now she's here training to be the leader of Karain village and the master of her craft. Apparently to become the master of the Karain channeling technique, you have to train here in Karain since this is where the technique originated. Didn't I sound like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's about all I learned from all the training I did. You haven't changed a bit, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? She may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. Me too. I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused. But you should have seen Mr. Wright in action. He was amazing. I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch, definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So I guess you finished the bulk of the training you need to become the master, right? Oh, you mean special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Smikizip? Yep. I've completed the full 2 years, and finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the High Priest's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the High Priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do great. You bet. Just you watch, Nick. I'm going to be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever. I better throw in a few prayers for things to not end up in a flaming disaster then. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today. What exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. She's a real person who fought to establish the Kingdom of Karain a long, long time ago. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Wow, so she actually existed. And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. That sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be a popular deity if all these people are here for her. Yep, but there's more to it than just her popularity this year.
There's more? So why is this rite attracting such a large crowd this year?
Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared, just like in the legends, and she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left.
You're kidding, right?
They say it's only a matter of time until she gets their leader, the revolutionary Dirk, too.
So Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life.
I didn't believe it at first either. There's a real picture of her on the front of the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back to about 2 years, but this is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken.
I can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? You know, like you, Maya?
You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something.
Spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I've got to keep it real, right?
I don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me.
You've really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have gotten really dull, and there's even one that's drooping.
Can we leave my hair out of this?
Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira people have been spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know?
I can't believe you really buy all that. Although, I wonder who's under that robe. May 9th newspaper added to the court record. Newspaper from the morning of the purification rite. It reports on Lady Kira's activities, among other things.
But Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun.
Talk about a Kira business strategy. Come on, Maya, just admit it. Admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already.
I guess the jig is up. What? Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. What? Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons could see through my disguise. Now feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Hi-ya! Ow. Mr. Wright. Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the rite today. There's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types.
I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook she just threw.
Oh, you were just trying to be funny. You really had me going there for a second.
No one can be that naive, right?
Well, I hope you enjoy playing superhero at the rite today. Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already. Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I better get going.
His footsteps.
During the rite, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Well, see you later.
I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya.
Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful.
Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not.
Ah, it's Acolyte Zealot.
Acolyte Zealot?
Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the high priest. Have it in me. 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 So there's a pun there. But I don't know what it is. And lives in trains at his house. See how he prays in the colds without moving a muscle? Yeah, I could never do that. Ah, it's about... Is it about time? It's Abbot in me. The purification rite is about to begin. So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rite. Looks almost exactly like what the figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the high priest's ankles. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, let's see. First I kneel down and crouch my ankles, and then I bow forward. Ouch! Great, now all I can see is the ground, and my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a sec. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so... Mr. Wright? Are you okay, sir? Somebody help! Miss Wright? Mr. Wright? Please, you have to get up. Ugh. Ouch, my aching. Albie? Where are we? High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. I guess I passed out from that back pain. They must have carried me all the way here. Something terrible's happened. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested. What? Uh-huh. I figured. May 10th, 8 o'clock a.m. Plaza of Devotion. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, alright? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go. Maya. Nick, I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer. Emma? Emma Sky? What's she doing in Korean? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. Alright, take her down to the station, but with respect, got it? Yes, ma'am. Nick. So, what are you doing in Korean, Emma? It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in Korean, Mr. Wright? Same here, it's a long story, but we can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? What happened, Emma? Please, tell me everything you can. Well, basically there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is Trust in me. Trust in me. The High Priest who was presiding over the rite. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day's passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. Never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb. Better take better care of it. The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum? It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. Oh, so that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. Abbot Inmi and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer you fainted in the middle of. So, who do you think killed the High Priest? Unfortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public. So then, only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Right. Plus, the inner sanctum is on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. So that's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza that the High Priest was dead, and she made a police statement to that effect. So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. That makes it even less likely that someone else was there at the crime scene. Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course.
There's no way she killed him.
Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who'd have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again? Tell me about it. I never thought I'd have to go through another trial, where the divination seance determines all and defense lawyers are unwelcome. So, what brings you here, Emma? Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Crane. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time we'll have one in a major city somewhere. Sounds like this prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas. I wonder... He's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face, but it's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trucy's case? Yes, he is. I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one, too. Yes, Prosecutor Sadmani's already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmani? Pulkunka. You know him, Albie? Of course. Everyone in Karain does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sadmani, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job to, as a lawyer. Oh, right. Sorry. Just great. Prosecutor who's also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial's shaping up to be even more uniquely Kuranese than the last one. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. Yeah, I heard Apollo had a really tough time, so I better give it everything I got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadmati mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy? Ugh. He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in the last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself into trouble on my account, okay? Prosecutor Sadmati sounds pretty strict. So, first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press, it's the High Priest's autopsy report. Taros autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death was blood loss from an abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. Time of death, May 10th, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep abdominal wound caused by a bladed weapon. The wound appears to have been inflicted by the warbod dagger used in the right. The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's warbod dagger. It's used during the rite, however. The dagger has yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. Isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course, hers must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm going to mount a viable defense. Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmati and the police later. Thanks, Emma. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh, no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. We get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh, well, guess I'll have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Are they going to go home? The customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have a police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Wow, guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? The cold zealot is really in the zone. Oh, you mean the monk who's been living at the victim's home? Yeah, he hasn't moved a muscle, even though his teacher has been murdered. I guess he's so deep in prayer, he's not aware of what's going on around him. Interesting. Wow, even with the murder, all these people are still here praying. They're so into it, they wouldn't notice anything you did to them. You mean like, taking their fingerprints? Huh? Oh, who would ever do something like that? Emma, you didn't. I did. Albie said these are called prayer flags. And the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it'd be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. That's a befitting gate for the path to the inner sanctum. It's apparently considered a sacred object to the people of Crane. I wasn't even allowed to dust it for prints, so even applying a little fingerprint dust to it would be sacrilegious, huh? Guess so, but I applied some luminol on it instead when no one was looking. Sounds like an invitation for the Holy Mother to strike you down later, Emma. Alright. May 10th, Inner Sanctum. Uh-oh. Here we go. Urgh. It's really high up and really, really cold.
What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Hmm? Who's that? Kind of looks like... excuse me. Ah, it's you. Do you even know where you are, barbed head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Koreanism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet. You dared to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. She's still sore about that trial? As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big, phony balonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. Seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred Hall of Justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence, then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people, anyway? My mother and father. Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? No. I would never dare criticize the royal couple. I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. Oh-ho. I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbed Head. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in your eye? So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds, naturally. What? You want to follow me around the entire time? Of course. Not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections. Understood? She can't do this to me. What was that, Barbed Head? Oh, no, it's nothing. Very well, then. Let us get this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Barbed Head. I'm a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Korea. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. The blood of battle? It's not that big of a problem. Why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste, so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. Got something in my throat. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat most bitter, lawyer. I will. Now, can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. Better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Could you tell me about this place, your benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it?
You ill-mannered. I am the crown princess of Karain. There is nothing I do not know. Nana.
Whoa, where'd she come from? Hey, no cheating.
Silence, barbed head. Nana's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion.
What is she, your pocket internet?
This spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle, and today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one courage for the next battle.
I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation.
Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite.
Who normally controls the access to this place?
The High Priest and his family are responsible for that.
The High Priest and his family, huh? Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family?
Abbot Inmi lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Pure Zealot. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border.
Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira?
Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest.
No, you have it backwards. Who's the one who asked Maya to stand in?
Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications.
I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then?
Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. For those descended of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle.
Oh, yeah, you did say that, didn't you? I should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and Acolyte Zealot later, too. Okay, we got a rotating area. What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira.
Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is the character for death in Kuranese. It is a mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning.
Interesting. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, your benevolence. So did the High Priest.
The High Priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Kuranist clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple.
So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? Is that a weapon in her hand?
Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the rite. It is made to resemble a warbad. The bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after.
So that dagger is the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask.
I get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the princess for more details later. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Whoa, this is blood.
This is a statue of a warbad, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance.
And all of this blood is from the High Priest, huh?
He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace.
Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. There's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. Jesus, that is a lot of blood. It's like a river, dude. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood.
The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return.
What's that from?
An old legend.
Wait, does that mean the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper is the real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe?
Oh, Holy Mother! Lady Kira's robe is...
I know how you feel, but we should leave it as is to preserve the crime scene.
You imbecile! This is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore.
It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years.
Enough. If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. That foul murderer shall not get away with this.
It is tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. It even looks like it's been mended a number of times. This robe kind of smells.
How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that?
No, I mean that it smells like incense.
Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense.
If this still smells like incense now, the scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. It's a lantern. And it's still lit.
It's lit! Of course it is. The sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately.
So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I'd better keep my distance, just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night.
The rite is performed by the light of the full moon, because moonlight is a purifying force.
I see.
No touching!
I wasn't going to. Oh. A blood-stained scrap of paper. It looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps? But it's written in Kernese, so I can't read a lick.
Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait.
What is it?
The stamp in the lower right. It's the mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons.
The rebel group? What's it doing here? Is there some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Looks like that about does it for this area. This mountain face is like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean.
There is a prison at the apex of this mountain.
Prison? Way up there?
It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits.
I'm feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up here. Up there. And the fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella.
Are you the one who took it?
Of course not!
The statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it replaced.
No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if it was always if I were always treated like this. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. Really, it was just that? This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over the curtain. Well, up I go. Wow, what an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant. Right, sorry, I'll be right down. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. I guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. The snow around that lantern to the left looks strange. Maybe I should take a look around. I think I'd better take a closer look. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite? The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken. Damaged? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look, you'll see. Snow has obviously been cleared away here and the lantern is broken. I still have that camera I brought to take pictures on my trip. I should snap one of this area here just in case. Okay. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so the inside sanctum is like her private bathroom. Indeed. So see to it that you keep it clean. Slap in the center axis the ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. Eek. And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just, I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now I can see all the way down. Gulp. Guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. There's something hanging off of the ritual curtain here. These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion, except they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. Except they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now. There is something written on a piece of it. Donated by Trust Inley. It seems this piece is from a donation Abbot Inley made at some point. Something. I'm not seeing anything, though. Maybe we need to talk to her again. Yeah. So could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened to you need but ask. Nana. Yeah. Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister, but unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. The dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by the insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira played a role akin to the police, huh? So what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbad. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Karain. I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. So even Princess Rafa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? That about does it for the Inner Sanctum. Should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. The killer must have been the one they call Maya Fey. There can be no other. You never know. It's still pretty early in the investigation. She has spent time in the company of lawyers, so she must have a wicked soul. Thanks for reminding me how much people like me are hated in this country. Lawyer phobia. Lawyerist. It is only by the Holy Mother's mercy that you are allowed to investigate this sacred place. Remember that, and give thanks to Her Holiness for this great blessing at once. Oh, thank you, Your Holy Motherness. That didn't come out right. That seemed a little insincere. Shall we halt this investigation immediately? No, wait, I'm grateful, really. I wonder. Ugh, it's going to be worse than walking on holy eggshells. Well, are you going to conduct your investigation or not? I will. It's just, are you going to keep following me around like this? Of course, unless you intend to do something you feel the need to hide. No, I do everything by the book. Then get on with it. I am not doing this for fun, you know. I too have many duties I need to attend to. Why don't you go do them instead of hovering over me? What is that look you are giving me? Am I perhaps being bothersome? No, don't be absurd. You're being incredibly bothersome. Wow, they're still praying. The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Well, I will say this level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now to find Emma. You there, wait! I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you?
I'm Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer. No, no! I want to know if you know who I am. Huh? How should I know? I've never even seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. I wonder if he has amnesia or something. I should talk to him a little more just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Are you having trouble remembering who you are? I'm sorry if I offended you. Ooh, I thought he was going to pull a weapon on me. He's just pulling some snack out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important.
Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head?
No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira?
You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Kuranese, I take it.
Maybe. Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What, you want one? No, thanks. I, just ate. Oh, now I remember. Get a load of this. Well? Well, what?
I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss.
No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else.
So, who was that man, and what did he want, Barbed Head?
I wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright. Now.
What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you I investigated the crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of this inner sanctum approved.
Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor Sadmati gave his okay straight away.
Seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor.
He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself, and that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do.
You must be feeling really confident about this case.
Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport.
Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy.
Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you.
Thanks. All of this will definitely come in handy. Thanks. So, this is what the High Priest's body looks like after the murder. Jeez. I'll keep this along with the picture I took of the crime scene. This sanctum photo updated in the court record.
Oh yeah.
They're done questioning Maya. Really? Should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya, she must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know that I'll be defending her too.
Oh shoot, look at the time. I have to get going.
You sure seem busy.
It's because his ephemeral holiness is a real slave driver.
It's ephemeral holiness.
Prosecutor Sadmati, he's like the world's hardest riddle wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know? Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his.
This Prosecutor Sadmati sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout.
Why do I have such bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glimmerous fob, and now that I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving Europhile, I get this guy. Oh no, I'm really gonna be late. He'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. I'll see you later.
Makes her listen to sutras? Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too.
She does not appreciate Prosecutor Sadmati's sutras. What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion.
I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma's not even a Kuranist. Alright, y'all. Well, that about does it for today's stream. We finished the second case, and we're starting the third. we finally met Maya Fey, but it looks like it's gonna be a little while longer before she's actually free. So I suppose it is what it is. We'll be back tomorrow for another streamy weemy weem. And as always, ciao. Bye everybody. Yar.